Yo, 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 what's up, what's up? Sorry about the slow start. Just needed to get a few things under control. Okay, Friday. Happy Friday. Let's finish off this week by finishing off this task. Yesterday I had to end during the initial testing of the playable action handler. Which is pretty much just an action handler that, apart from handling actions, it also handles or instead of handling just actions, it handles actions wrapped in the playable action class. One way to do it, we'll see if it's good enough soon. Yeah, what's up, GDs? Good morning, good morning. But for some reason we don't get this one never gets called, or what we know is that we don't enter this one, nor do we enter this one. We should enter it if yeah, we should definitely enter it. Let's see. I just want to do playable action. Smack GDs, I'm slowly untangling mysteries related to scriptable objects. Nice, happy to hear, happy to hear. Was it some major thing you found out, or is it just a lot of minor things that together is helping unraveling the mystery? We actually get focus should be enabled. But it definitely doesn't look like it's enabled, right? Are my outlines extra thin today? I don't know. So focus should be enabled. I'm pretty sure it's this one. So then we do playable action enable. If true, enable. Abstract void enable, and then for focus we have input handler, pointer focus event, add listener. As my GDs, do you have more than one playable action type? We're gonna have a few. Why use the fully qualified name? Are you meaning including these? Because I like being explicit. Yeah. It's just we have both entities in this game and we have actions. Very easily mistaken for C# actions or Unity entities. So I just want to be explicit where I can be. Yo, what's up, Harukanan? Good morning, good morning. Happy Friday. Well, that's what I feel right now, GDs. Very possible that I might change in the near future. But right now I like explicitly stating stuff. What I'm a little bit worried about is I want to try this one. It would definitely suck if we fail this one because the input handler hasn't been instantiated. Oh shit, that's actually what happens. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. Okay, well that's nice to know. So then we can do, instead of instantiating this one here, we can do it in, let's see, animate entity awake, action handler. Yeah, let's wait until start with that one. That's how it should be as well, right? Awake, do internal stuff that doesn't rely on external stuff. In start, do stuff that relies on external stuff. Does that make sense? Okay, let's see what we have if we do it like this. As my GDs, I have a similar situation with the same type having an SO variant and a plain object. I put the SO variant in namespace, SO, and alias it. Yeah, aliasing, or how do you pronounce that word? Anyway, that's pretty nice, but like, honestly, I like how this looks. You know, in certain, sometimes it can become quite, maybe a bit too long. But for the most part, I actually like how this looks. In this case, in animate entity, it's we definitely need to be explicit because we're not in the same namespace. Smack is. I still like to ponder it a bit. We'll see what I eventually land on. But okay. Moving on. Okay, there we go. Now we have a functioning focus. Visual focus, that is. Again. And I think this is... like, I know that once again we're back at where we were previously. But this time around... it's like... it's so much more modular. So the visual part of this action is not like implemented within the action, but actually as a wrapper around the action. So it's much, much nicer, I think. Okay. So focus works. So now on to the question. Playable action. Playable action. Playable action generic was what I said yesterday. But maybe... playable action toggleable. I want to have one playable action class that is a bit more generic. Where we're gonna put actions like pickup. Actions that don't have or that don't need any additional visualization while processing. Pretty much. What did we call it in here? Action visualizer generic. Let's use that term here as well then. And here we are just gonna do action. Is available. So it's available if action state is ready, but Okay. On availability changed. So when available is true, we want to show the UI. If no other action with higher priority occupies that input. We only want to show it if it's ready. Initializing processing. Pretty much everything except ready, I would say. Wonder if we want to do is available if action state is equal to game action state ready, or that's when it's available. So that's when we can either turn it on or turn it off. When we are in available, I hate that this method is called isAvailable, but the action being in state available returns false here. So maybe that is something we should rename in the future. But if it's ready or if it's processing, that's when the playable action is available. Because then we can either turn it on or turn it off. Get action, here we're just going to return action. And toggle input definition here, we are gonna do I think I want to have the action, I want to have the input definition first. Let's rename this one toggle. So this is the button that toggles this action from on or off. Enable. If we enable it, what we want to do then is input handler dot bind action to input, toggle input definition, and this action. So I thought, oh yeah, here, this is input system dot input action, callback context. which means that we might want to have don't we need it here? No, we don't. Toggle focus visual feedback. So let's rename this one toggle. No, we're gonna call this one toggle action. Input action callback context. And here we want to have unbind action to input toggle action. So if we enable it, we do this, and if we disable it, we do this. Yo, what's up, Murat? Hope you're having a wonderful Friday so far. Instantiate availability event. So here we want to do action dot on ready change. I think we can do it like this, right? Action on ready change add listener A based on availability change invoke. And we do it on process change as well. Instantiate visual feedback. So this is where we are going to instantiate the button in question. And then when we enable it, we also want to show the button in question. I think this is shaping up to be quite nice. My biggest grip with it so far is the implementation of how we figure out if a button is free to be used or not. But if it works, we're gonna keep it like that. Like, the good thing now is, since it's so modularized compared to the old implementation, it's so much easier to pinpoint the quote-unquote bad code, or the code I'm not that happy with. Previously it was like all over the actions. Okay, anyway, playable action generic. So what we need to do now is we need to get the buttons. And previously we did, or with the action visualizers, we used Game Data Manager. This is also a little bit of a workaround right now. Game Data Manager. Maybe we just want to read. Fuck it. Let's use this one. And we're going to do this. Playable action generic, instantiate visual feedback. Instantiate availability event, instantiate visual feedback. In focus, we don't do anything here. Oh. The fuck, this will probably be... I didn't even think about that, but... Playable entity... Do we have an arrow? We have an arrow... somewhere. Or like an in-game mouse pointer. I wonder if we, or I defined it here. Visual pointer. Yes, this one is going to be instantiated in... Yes, this one is going to be instantiated in playable action focus, in an instantiate visual feedback here. So yes, it is. Implement. Okay, great. Instantiate visual feedback. Okay, so here it's going to be this one pretty much. But I want to do... If not, we do something else. We do something else. Map item. We're gonna rename this one as well. What is it? Yes. Yo, what's up, Calvino? Good morning, good morning. Happy Friday. So in enable, I also want to do button map item dot show. We might want to change the position of this one as well. We're gonna look into it real soon. Button map item dot hide. We're probably also gonna do some extra setup down here. We want to do set button display string and set button information. And then depending on what we do, update position. Do we want to update position each frame? Because if so... If so, we're gonna have to handle that as well. But I'm pretty sure I know what we're gonna do here instead. I think. Yes, I am. We're gonna do this. Think we should have a I think we should have a highlight point or focus point or whatever I called it, but it doesn't seem that way. So let's just jump to entity and see. Okay. I thought it was this one. Here we only have information priority and get information. Entity, maybe we should have I guess it's a little bit similar to origin. So it's pretty much the point where we want to show the button in question. So for now, I'm wondering if we're just gonna do is equal to parent entity dot transform dot position. I think that's what we had previously. And then we do it in late update this time around as well, so we don't get some flickering stuff. So that button display string. So this is just going to be action dot, or so I thought. It's going to be input definition dot, I thought. Hmm. Shouldn't we have that in input definition? Nah, we shouldn't, definitely not, because we're gonna be able to rebind stuff. So let's do... Not entirely true. This one, we're gonna wait with this one until here, I think. We also want to do this when we go from... We want to change the text when we are in... When we are in... if we're processing already. So let's see here. On... Mm, anything else? Toggle action. Let's see here if yeah, so this one is pretty much just if action.state. I'm starting to think that this is it. I wonder if we can try it. Instantiate. Okay, we instantiate it. Availability event and visual feedback. Availability event. So here we just change. So if the underlying action goes either to ready or from ready, we process action state change. If it goes from to process or from process, we instantiate process action state change. The only thing we do here is we change the description of the button. So depending on state, this one will return different stuff. And we also changed, or we invoked this one, that availability might have changed, and then it's up to whatever listens to this to check if it's still available or not, pretty much. And a little bit worried about what would happen if I will already check contains. Beautiful. I think we might be able to try this one, see how it looks, or see if it works. So playable action generic. Toggle input definition. Did I? Oh, yeah. We need to add. There we go. So toggle input definition, here we do what button it is. So action first, second, third, fourth. Not the best names, but or actually it is. If you compare it to a controller, you have first is south, second is east, third is north, and fourth is west. But okay, let's see what actions we have here. Consume is currently a generic one. Equip is currently a generic one. Focus is not. Hold is. Inspect isn't. So when I say generic or not, what makes a playable action generic is if it doesn't have any additional visuals or processing controls. So hold, for instance, is a generic one or a simple one. I don't even know what we're gonna call it. But so hold is if it's ready, we just show a button. Click this button to hold whatever you're focusing. While it's processing, the only option we have is to drop whatever we're holding. So the only functionality the playable action gives for generic actions is it shows which button to press to toggle the action. That's it. If we take a look at focus, this one doesn't even have a toggle button, and we want to show like a visual outline if you focus something. Inspect, if you inspect something, we want to show like a information box with a lot of different information values. Jump generic, lie generic, sit generic, place absolutely not generic, because when we start placing it, so when we're processing the action, we want to show a lot of visual feedback and we want to listen to additional input. Same with Terraform. So for now, I'm gonna go and test with hold here. And this is where we specify the actions now, so not dependencies. I want to hide this one, I think. I wonder if I want to hide states well. I don't really know what the reason is for making these visible in the editor from the get-go. So I think we can do this and this. Great. So hold definitions, I'm just going to specify this one to what we had previously in the old action handler. I think we have, okay, we only have 2, so that's good. Right arm carry for both. And then I think we had 1 and 2. And then we'll have 1-3 enabled, 1-10 not. 1-3 enabled, 1-10 not. Okay, so that's the hold definitions we have currently for this playable entity. Priority 0 for now. And toggle input definition. So hold is... It definitely feels like a action first, I think. It's like one of the most basic, like it's gonna happen often, or it's gonna be available often. Definitely one of the main ones. We can test the system later on as well for if two actions. So jump is pretty much always going to be enabled, or it's going to be enabled if nothing else is enabled. So jump is just going to have a very, very low priority, while hold will probably have a very, very high priority. Or I think we're going to go the ever returning question of if a low number means higher priority, but higher implies big value. Fuck it. Probably gonna go with 0 being the highest priority. Or 1 sec. Probably going to implement a... Yes, I think we're gonna implement a enum here. Would be nice. I don't know, priority, maximum, high, medium, low, minimum. Something like that. Should give us... Or... medium, low, low, medium, high. None, low, medium, high, highest. Ja, what's up Ginger Dev? Guten Morgen. Let's create one of those. Playable actions. Whatever, namespace, game input. Fuck, do I want to add a namespace playable here? Playable actions. Ginger Dev just finished my morning stream, almost tradition at this point. I hop in to come chat with you. I like that tradition. It's going pretty good so far. How was your stream? We might as well put it in here initially. But then when we compare it as well, can we do an easy comparison with enum? I guess we can with the values. Yo, what's up, Mercenary Mage? Thank you. Thank you for the raid, appreciate it, and have a great rest of the day. Yo, what's up, Elemental? Ginger Dev, decent. I got a Steam achievements done yesterday, and today I've been working on polish, audio, and the boring stuff. Fuck Polish. Okay, Polish can be a bit tedious, but I think Polish is like the most fun stuff to work on. Because it makes it feel so much better, you know. You can actually, you can feel the change. Audio, on the other hand, yeah, not the most fun stuff. Elemental, do you have a recommended graphics library for something like Idris 2? First of all, I don't know what Idris 2 is. Is that some small, very niche programming language? Is what I get from a very fast Google. It's old though. 2007. 3 years since last stable release. I have no idea, man. I'm sorry about that. Like when it comes to functional programming, I see that you mentioned Haskell as well. It's been like I've only done minimum stuff in Haskell. So unfortunately I can't answer that question, but I wish you good luck and hope you find it. I don't know, like graphics library, it's also a little bit of a vague term to me, but I've always been wanting to get my hands dirty with Vulkan, and I think Vulkan should have some Haskell bindings or something. So I would do that. But that might be a little bit too low, you know? That's low. Priority, where do we use this one? We use it here, yeah. We check priority like this, order by descending priority. Fuck it. Let's do enum. Playable action priority enum, and then we do none, low, medium, high, higher, highest. No, maximum maybe. None, low, medium, high, something like this. I wonder how much it fucks us that we now have to do a little bit of a cast here, but that should be okay. We just do int. It's a cast on a int, but I've been meaning to change this one to playable. Playable action priority. What can we do? Or could we just do this? And then we'll rename this one to just priority. But I wonder... Game input playable actions. Okay, beautiful. Elemental, my problem is, while I know intermediate level graphics algorithms, the low level primitives and bindings are horrific. Like learning x86. So it's hard to evaluate if I'm learning a good tool or a useless one. Yeah, I get that. Vulkan is pretty big, isn't it? Yeah, the Kronos group, the same ones that were behind or are behind OpenGL. It's supposed to replace it, I think. And also a little bit more towards computing as well as 3D graphics. It's fucking fresh, it's young as well. Initially released 2016. It's the good shit indeed. None, low, medium, high, maximum, and then we do priority like this. I think that's a little bit of a nicer way to do it, as opposed to having a integer that doesn't really mean anything. So playable action focus, priority maximum. Playable action hold high. Okay, let's see if we can try this one. See if it works. Okay, not a very good start. Object you want to instantiate is null. Really? Okay, let's put this one here. Oh, okay, I get it. Open button map item. I'm gonna take this one and do a new one. Button map item was button text, button description. Okay. Elemental looks like if I stick with Idris, I'm gonna have to write the language bindings myself, though. Yeah, that might be a big undertaking, although a very nice public GitHub repository to have, right? But could be a nice little exercise, or a waste of time, I don't know. Hold is not available. Okay, beautiful. And if we focus this one, hold should be enabled, but I don't see... Oh, actually, button map item, we have it here somewhere. Button text, Q, description, pickup. Beautiful. So somewhere in the world we have it. Here, down here. So my next question I know why it ends up here. I think we don't have a... We don't set the parent entity, do we? Also, I want to look at this prefab quickly. Yeah, because it's like this. Button description. Wait, one sec. V description, what the hell do we get this one from? Is my question. You know what? We're gonna do this. Do I do something weird here? Oh, never mind. We're gonna take the east one. And we are gonna do... There we go. There we go, beautiful. Button, and then description. Although I wonder about... Yeah, exactly. We want to do this. Thought. And... Why do we have such a weird offset for this one? The text element in question is here. Description, we have this one. And I don't think we do anything weird here. Fuck, isn't that extremely weird? Ah, is it this one? Yeah. But still... Text wrap mode. Can we have fit to auto size, right? Ah, that's not really what I want. I want the other way around. It's been a while since I did some stuff with TextMesh Pro, but I do remember. Shouldn't there be an option to... let's do a quick Google. Main settings. Or we could just do this, honestly, right now. If we just set this one to, let's go with 10 and -5. Yeah. Okay, so the thing that was missing was when we enable it, or was it actually process action state change, set button information. Here we also want to do button map item dot set parent entity action dot target. There we go. Oh, there we have it actually. Wow, that's fucking beautiful. And we update it. It's quite big, but that's good for now. Okay, so can we pick it up? Yeah, we can. And we have our option like this here. Okay, beautiful. Yeah, we do this carrying animation for some reason. Why? Oh, is it because I want to check character hold definitions, right arm. This one can lift, this one can carry between 3 and, or between 0 and 3 kilograms, and this one between, or up to 10. So how much does this one weigh? 5, so we should go with the second one. I wonder why we don't. Annoying. I guess we will see later on when we can inspect it. Smike GDs, can you grab the bed? Not currently, because I think it weighs too much, so our character can't carry it. Either that, or that it has 2 pickup points because it's big, you know, and this character can't carry something with 2 arms yet because we don't have that animation. Why can't we pick these up? Focusable, inspectable, and equipable, but not holdable. Okay. We can pick this one up, I think. Maybe not. Yo, good morning, Lova. Happy Friday. It's going pretty good. How about you? How about you? Yo, what's up, Diggy? Okay, beautiful. Super nice to hear. Yes, all good here as well. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, so that's the visuals of pickup. Let's see if we can do... Let's see if we can add a jump. And then I want jump and pickup to fight for the same input slot, right? And we just want one of them to win. And the one that wins is supposed to be the one with the highest priority, which will probably be hold. So let's see here. We add a new playable action. We do generic, priority low, or none maybe. Toggled input definition is going to be action first. It's going to be jump. Jump setup, we have jump force and jump apply force or something, I don't know. Let's see. The values at least should be 280 and 0.2. Yes, let's try this. So now we have 2 generic actions, both on action first. Now it's hold is not available, jump should be enabled. We have queue description here for some reason. Jump is not highest priority. Hold should be enabled. Jump should be enabled. But why isn't it? I think... This one is definitely jump, but it has the wrong text and position. So let's see what we can do. Oh, yeah. It's because the action jump doesn't have a target, I don't think. But that's a little bit... we can fix that, but I wonder why button information doesn't get properly set. Isn't that weird? Okay, there we have it. Definitely looks extremely weird with this new implementation. But okay, that's not the focus now. We want to have this one under the entity that is the target, and for jump, the entity that is the target is the entity that is going to do the action. When it comes to these, I'm pretty sure that it is a null conditional issue, which is very frustrating. Fucking hate it. This one, however, I have no idea. Label action focus. Entity has been destroyed, but you're still trying to access it. What are we trying to access? Yeah, it's this one. It's our null conditionals. I hate that we can't use them. Let's see if we got rid of the last one of those, and then we can fix the first ones as well. Did that actually fix all of them? Maybe it did. It's too slow, isn't it? I'm gonna have to check. Oh yeah, this is the delay. Too fast. Okay. Action jump. This one never sets the target, but I'm thinking about doing initialize. Is available. Initialize, process, finish, interrupt, instantiate specifics, instantiate dependencies. Yeah, dependencies. I think we're just gonna do, for dependencies here, we're gonna do no dependencies, but we're also gonna set target is equal to host. I guess that's going to be the same for all actions that are not interactions. Not to get too philosophical, but I guess all actions are interactions, but what you're interacting is with yourself or something. I don't know. But that's how we're going to define it in these scripts. That didn't... now it helps. Okay, so now we have jump here. Whenever we're not... Okay, and we can see here that the fighting, priority fighting, seems to be working. So jump should be enabled, and then we changed this one. Hold should be enabled, jump is not highest priority. And then, let's see, so if I press Q now, it should not be bound to jump. Only to this one. Okay, beautiful. And we can't jump while we're carrying something, then we drop it. Now we can jump. Ooh, is that so? Drop, jump. So when we drop something, I want to check this out. Pick up, drop. Jump is not highest priority. Why? It's almost like pick up, drop. Okay, if we pick up and drop it here, now we can't jump because jump is not highest priority. For some reason, hold is still highest priority. Why is that? It's like... we call action stop, set state finishing. We're processing, we set, so we set a new state, and then on process change, invoke this. On process change before finish, but that's okay. So now this one is finishing, or state is finishing. This one is invoked. Playable action generic. That one, this one is invoked. Process action state. This one is called. Button mapper, set button information that get description. And set parent entity. Yeah, we still have all of these. But anyway, then we do on availability check, invoke this. And playable action handler is listening to this. And we get to handle playable action. And then we check if it's available. Otherwise, we remove it. Is available. If action state is ready or processing, but this should be false. I'm pretty sure. Pick up. And then we drop it. Focus should be enabled. Hold is not available. Jump should be enabled. Focus should be enabled. Hold should be enabled. Why? Why? And jump is not the highest priority. So for a split second, we get jump. But then for some reason, when we're focusing this one, hold should be enabled. How does that make sense? What the fuck? Action state is actually ready for this one. But what the fuck? Target is environment. State is ready. That makes no sense. Target environment. Is environment... Focusable, inspectable, terraformable. No, it shouldn't be able to pick it up. Oh, is this a problem we had previously as well? It might very well be. What's up, All Nate? Why the fuck is it ready? Does that make any sense? some reason we don't reset this one, do we? But we go back to ready. Alternate Unity never makes any sense. In this case, it's probably my code that screws it up. Although I wonder, did this exist previously, or? I do recognize it. Let's see here. Let's see here. We call action stop. This one just sets states finishing. We are currently in processing, so we do state is equal to finishing on process change invoke. This is where our action handler gets notified, and this is also where it sets it as correct. It's not available, so we continue. But then we call finish, and for hold, finish does... it resets the animator of whatever is holding it, and if target holdable is not null, we cancel interaction and set it to null. Null, 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 null. And... then we set state available. So we go from finishing to available. So it's this one. Finishing to available, then we check dependencies. And yeah, I'm scared that... I know. It's this one. Base target is, yes, it's this one, 100%. I'm pretty sure I have this one in my to-do. One sec. Maybe not. But I do recognize this one. So this is a question of... So here we need to pull some information. Or how do we want to solve it? So it all comes down to the fact that... So when we're currently holding something and focus, and the entity starts focusing something else, we don't want to change this, the target of hold. If we're processing something, the target should always be what we are processing in action hold, at least. The only problem is, so let's say that it changes like this. We're processing, so the focus focuses something else. We're processing, so we don't change the target. But then we cancel this action. And now our target is not synced with focus target. Yeah, we could pull it, possibly. We could also do... Dude, yeah, this is how I think we solved this previously. This was just what I was about to do. But here we do on process change if we're not processing anymore, base target is equal to host action handler get action focus. Target. And that should solve it for us, but unfortunately it doesn't for some reason. But one sec, we're gonna double check if this is the case. Pick up, drop, pause. We get an error. Yeah. No, the target here is environment. So why the fuck is it still ready? Could it be because... Ooh, could it be because... Could it be because we want to do this as well? Bam. Dependencies 1 is processing dependency. No, it's this one. Yeah, exactly. Possibly. Most likely. But if something doesn't work with this new action system, it's most likely easily fixable with the dependency method, or that's the goal. But it still doesn't work. Might have spoken too quick. One sec, actually. Available. So this is carry. We can't carry. Pick up. Oh, we don't have jump anymore. If we do this, okay. Bug it a little bit. Pick up. Drop. Okay, beautiful. I didn't speak too quick. So this problem doesn't exist anymore. So that's good. Now we properly changed the state of this one. Now I just need to this when we finally do the UI visually, we're also going to add some. So this jump, I'm thinking We're also going to show WASD for moving around, but we're not going to show them at all times. We're just going to show them. So WASD we're only going to show when we haven't done anything in a while. And Q, I don't know. Yeah, I don't want to show them at all times. But anyway, okay, my last problem here is this is not related to what we just fixed. But we don't instantiate jump until we have jumped once. And that's when we instantiate it. And then we have this error as well. So let's start with the error and then let's see. Button map item. So this is a null conditional issue again, I'm pretty sure. Yes. There's a null conditional here. Whoa, 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 do we still get this one? See? Okay, no error. Okay. Now I just want to make sure that jump appears where it should from the get-go. Fucking annoying. Generic, generic, generic. We should be doing... If action state is ready or processing. Okay, I guess I know what's happening. I'm wondering if this one is checked. We should instantiate it. Oh, 1 sec. We should get some prints. If we just play this, let's see. Oops. Let's clear this one. Focus should be enabled. Hold is not available. Jump should be enabled. Jump should be enabled. Yes, it should. And we can actually jump. It's just this one that doesn't update accordingly. So that should be pretty straightforward by going to generic and instantiate visual feedback. We instantiate it if handler is not equal to null. this should be set accordingly. And then we do button map show process action state change. Oh. So ready hasn't changed here yet. Instantiate visual feedback. We want to start by doing, we actually want to do instantiate visual feedback, toggle action process, private void, update visual feedback. Ooh, 1 sec. I guess it's okay to use that one. Update visual feedback, we want to call it at the end of instantiate visual feedback as well. I think that should solve it. Yes. So now we have it from the get-go, no errors. We can jump, we can pick up. Okay, beautiful. We're going to continue we're going to continue with implementing the visual parts of all of the actions again. We pretty much already have it implemented. We're just going to move it from the old files to the new files. But before we do that, I'm gonna run and make myself a new cup of coffee. So be right back a couple of minutes. Okay. Back, sorry about that. As always. Okay. Playable action focus, playable action generic. I guess we can actually do this first of all. That we add all the actions that are generic first. Focus, hold, jump. Okay. Do we get... Why do we get an error here with playable focus? Whatever. Medium. It's gonna be... So I wanna fix sit and sleep. I think we're gonna go with action fourth for those. So we're gonna have lie, max tilt angle 25. And we add an additional one, generic as well. Medium. Fourth. Sit and maximum tilt 25. So now we have hold, jump, lie, sit, all of them generic. Do we want an additional generic one? Maybe consume. Or consume is actually gonna be a hold to process. We can get to that soon. Okay, let's wait with consume and equip. Equip we can do. And then we have all the generic ones. Fuck it, let's do consume as well. Priority, medium, action second. Medium, action third. Actually do second as well. And equip. I wonder what would happen if we had an item that we could both consume and equip. One of them has to take priority. Let's go high there. Yeah, let's see. Yes. So now we have sit and pick up here, but they are displayed at exactly the same point. So this is something we need to fix. We have it here as well, and here we only have one though. Pick up, equip. So this one. Eventually, we are gonna have... So when it comes to these buttons, I want to visualize or visually show them in a similar fashion as they are laid out on the controller or keyboard. But we're not quite there just yet, so... Or are we? WSD, QE... maybe. What are our inputs for these? Q, E, R, and F. So let's say that one would lay out Q, W, E, R, A, S, D, F as they would appear on a general keyboard English layout. So QA, so each of these buttons, they are you pretty much add a offset related to them, and then when we show it, I want to show that offset. Yeah, so let's just do let's do this in the simplest way possible. So we're going to offset them a normalized distance, normalized to the width and height of them. And if you look at the keyboard, Q, W, E, R, A, S, D, F, I think we're going to put the origin right between or in the middle of W, E, S, D. Would be beautiful if you add the shift, the shift of the keyboards you get thanks to the caps button on most keyboards. Would be pretty cool. But actually, you know what? This is a little bit too much towards the design of stuff, and I don't want to get into that just yet, because I also remember that we want to have some descriptive text to all buttons. So doing it like I said, it might screw stuff up. So what is up with this? Okay. I don't know if we should just offset this one and this one, or if we just should offset this whole. Maybe. It's an extremely easy thing to do. I'm just pondering the different approaches we have in this case. Maybe, just maybe, we should add some simple offset here, actually. So that when we instantiate it when we instantiate playable or button map item, we set some offset here as well. Maybe just now. Okay, we're speaking world, and maybe war. Let's try 0.2. Something like this, and button map item. Name it toggle input definition. Something like that. Let's just see how it looks. It's 0.2 in world coordinates or in world space, I think. Might look a little bit weird. Do we have... we have it like this. I mean, it works in that case. Guess. Hella weird if we do. Oh, yeah, it's world space. We might want to do it in screen space. But whatever, this will actually work for now, I think. We shouldn't be able to sit on it when it's like this. Yeah, we can't. Pick up, drop. Okay. Okay, beautiful. So now we have multiple generic actions that fight. What's going on here, though? Whatever. So let's see. The ones we have left are let's see. Consume, equip. We have inspect and inspect, place, and terraform. If we can start with inspect. I want to have that one. So even here, when we rewrote the action system, I did this, right? Added this one. We needed it during testing, but we can see here that it's playable related, removed from this component and put in playable entity. We're not going to put it in playable entity anymore, but we're going to do something very similar. And we're going to do a playable action inspect, which is going to have this one. Right. So this one is going to look a little bit cleaner. And inspect is pretty high priority. So that's probably going to be highest priority. I can't think about a case. Okay, so we have F on action 4. I can't think about a case where we would want something to overtake inspect. In availability. Maybe if we do some quick time event or something like that, avoid, you would probably be more interested in avoiding something than inspecting whatever you're trying to avoid. But I don't think we're going to do that. We'll see. Now we're going to make it highest priority at least. So this is also a little bit of a special thing, because we want the functionality of generic or a playable action generic, but then we want to add some additional stuff, right? We want to have this, we want to have this and this. I think this is true as well. So the question is, should we make it a subclass of this one, or does that make it too weird? Would be so nice if we could just solve this one, honestly. Or fix it here. Or, sorry. It would be so nice if we could make it a subclass of this one. So this is more like playable, toggable, playable action. What I don't like, however, is that we're gonna have this one. We're gonna have two reference to this one that is a bit more specific. Because a subclass, much like playable action focus, we need to have playable action focus has a reference direct action to focus, so the action focus, and we're gonna need something similar here. Could we do something? Like now I'm wondering if I should, we can have playable action. Playable toggleable action. Mhm. I'm thinking if it's gonna look like we have playable action, and then we have playable action focus, which is a subclass of playable action. But then we have another subclass that is playable toggleable action. And then we have playable action generic and playable action specifics, a lot of them. Because this toggleable, this is toggleable related, I think, not this. This one is, not this. This one is, this one is, this one is, this one is. This one is. Fucking hell, pretty much everything here is, except for yeah, except for this one right here. I think. Yeah, I don't know what I want to do. Probably. One sec. Yeah. Pretty much all actions should be toggleable, maybe? Nah. That's probably not entirely true. Yo, what's up, Koloft? This is 100% a toggleable action. So we're gonna do it like this. Playable action generic, we're gonna keep that one. But we're gonna do... playable, toggle... Is it toggleable? Or toggleable? Toggleable. Toggleable. Okay. And this one, we're pretty much just gonna take this full implementation, but change toggle input definition. This one we don't care about. We're gonna make this one abstract. Toggle input definition button map item is available. Toggle input definition. Ooh. We're gonna wait with that one. Enable, disable. We want to change. Maybe we don't. Maybe we want to keep these as private actually. Okay, so this is everything related to the toggle button. So then we go playable action generic, playable toggleable action. And basically want to remove everything except for the action. And what more do we have? Playable does not implement. Yeah, of course, of course. This one as well. Yeah. Yo, what's up, GDs? I keep sending messages, but they fail to send. Fuck. Didn't you have the streaming error as well? Weren't you one of those? One of those? You and someone else, Cooler SK, I think. Wonder what that is about. My sound is breaking for you every now and then as well. Fucking hell, man. Coloft Studio, I just watched your channel and I'm shocked by the history on this channel. I wish you success and I hope you reach the places you want to go. Thank you, man. That means a lot. Appreciate it, appreciate it. And actually, I hope you reach the places you want to go as well. Have a beautiful Friday and weekend. Smack GDs for the sound breaking. Like over on my end, everything looks good. I'm gonna take a look on the YouTube stream or the VOD after this stream and see if it's a problem on my end or not. I hope it's not. Okay, so playable action generic will just be this pretty much, because toggleable action does all the functionality we want. So let's see, with this restructure, let's see if everything works as it did. I want to double check. We will probably need to set up the set them up again. Maybe not actually. No, we don't. Okay, beautiful, 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 beautiful. That's nice. Yeah, everything seems to be working as it previously did. Okay, great. So now we can implement even more detailed actions. Or playable actions, that is. And those are... we're gonna start with plays, because I really want to get... I want to do a video this weekend on plays, or a quick short. So I'm hoping to get that one done today, but if we don't manage to get it done, it's okay. Can probably make a short about something else. But let's start with plays. I think, or is it the simplest one? Let's see here. What do we have left? We have terraform, plays, and inspect. Fuck, inspect is so simple that if we... Yeah, I want to take it in small steps. So we're going to start with inspect, then we do place. Because inspect is basically just a toggleable action, but during the processing, we want to show some visual information as well. Extremely simple. We want to show the visual information that we're currently showing in... Inspect here, so this one, visual information. Point position. Hell yeah. Fuck yeah. Yeah, let's do it. So we're going to create a playable action inspect. Get action. Is that how we named it in Action Focus? Action Focus, inspect action. Action inspect. For this one, we don't need any additional inputs. So here I think we just return I think we can do do we need to okay, yeah, we need to override it. I think we're just gonna return the same thing we did here. For this one. Okay, so now we can implement the additional information we want to do. And so we want to do some stuff when we are processing, which means we don't care about instantiating availability event, but we do want to listen on process change. So we want to do some additional instantiation here. So I guess we can do instantiate availability event, instantiate visual feedback. Maybe it's actually just instantiate visual feedback. Maybe we should just override this one. Public override void So instantiate visual feedback here. Private void show inspect. Show inspect interface. Action inspect dot on process change. Add listener. Show inspect interface. If we just do it like this, action inspect. So what we want to do is target inspectable get inspect string. That's also extremely specific for you. Like if we take a look at this one, inspect action, update visual information, anything with visual information that's playable entity related. Dependencies are okay, but this one, and yeah. So let's take, where do we have instantiate specifics, visual information. We take this one. And we put it in here. And then we have private visual information. Or inspect interface. Actually, we don't want to do this here. We want to do this here. And also want to do it before we do on process change. And we have a host game object name, yes, we might as well action inspect dot. So create with default visuals. So then we have done that, and then update visual information. We're going to take this one, remove it. We're going to put it here. Show inspect interface. Inspect information, set text and update transform. Not target inspectable here, but rather action dot, or actually action dot inspect dot in target inspectable dot get inspect string base dot point. Here we do action inspect dot point and action inspect point position. But this, we're only going to do this. Actually, we want to do this. Yeah, we want to do this every frame, right? So I think it's time to we split visual information here. I don't even, this one is a very old class. We're gonna make this a bit, I want to see where we use this one. Visual control. What the fuck is visual control? Oh yeah. This one we want to delete, but visual information, let's see where we're using this one. Information displayer. Possibly merge functionality with entity originally implements multiple visible information displays. Yeah, this one we don't use anymore. Playable action inspect and action inspect. Okay, beautiful. We're gonna take visual information, what this one is right now, and we are gonna rename it to I think I would like to put it here, but it's more a user interface kind of thing. But we're gonna make this way more specific to playable action inspect. So it's actually going to be playable action inspect object, and we're going to have something, we're going to have playable action place object and playable action playable action terraform object. I think we're going to name it playable action inspect visuals. Yeah, and we're going to put it in input. It's extremely... Oh, yeah, I think so. Reason I want to make it a bit more related like this is because we want to keep updating it each frame in a update function here. Would it be weird to send this one in? Or this one, I mean. Maybe a little bit. Yeah, we probably want to do it in late update, that's true, but yield. Yeah, we want to do it in late update. Definitely. Or a late update would be best, but if we do late update, oh, never mind. Ooh, we're gonna do it in event based, I think. So action inspect needs the point of action inspect. What do place need? Place. Latest place transform. Okay. We can definitely do this without creating a new object, but I'm still wondering if maybe we want to. Like playable action inspect visualizer, playable action terraform visualizer, playable action place visualizer. But okay, let's see here. Let's see what we can create without recreating it. So update visual information, we do it in initialize. and process. And show. So show in inspect interface on process change, show inspect. Yeah, okay. So what we want to do here is if we pretty much want to update this one each frame. That's what sucks, even though I had a nice idea that we would just add a listener to on process change and update the visual information every time the pointer changes. Now we're gonna have to do something every frame here, and I think we want to do something related to something similar to a coroutine, but we can't use coroutines here. Let's do it's the same thing for place. We want to do that each frame as well. Terraform as well. Right now it feels like I just need to commit to something. Playable action, inspect visualizer, and then we send in this one as well. I don't know. Fuck it. Let's do it. In this case, though, it's pretty much just gonna be this one, isn't it? Okay, for now we're gonna do this. Let's see here. Show inspect interface. If action inspect dot, or I guess we can take this one, state is equal to game dot actions dot state dot processing else. On process change though. Now we're gonna do this. Yeah, show inspect, and here we are gonna do inspect interface dot show. Hide. And then I'm gonna add, for now, update inspect interface. On process change, add show inspect interface inspect dot, actually we're gonna have it here. So if we have show, we do action inspect dot on point change, add listener, update inspect interface. And down here we do remove. Is that everything we need? Maybe. Yeah, this one. I wonder if we want to add and remove this one on enable and disable as well. Or no. Yeah, we want to do it in... We want to do it in toggle action. Yes, we do. Because we don't want to listen on this when it's not relevant. But when would that be? On process change. Maybe it's okay. This might very well work, but like pretty far from optimal. Character. Let's see here. Let's add a new one. Oh yeah. Playable action inspect. Oh, moan. We are gonna try and restart Unity real quick. See if it's just some old data that is still hanging around. Hopefully that's the case. Oh no. Yeah, we're gonna see if this still works. So now we have playable action inspect, action fourth, and we have a maximum priority. Yeah, we can show information. One of the worst UIs I've ever seen, but we can actually toggle it like this. And we can see that it only updates if we move around the pointer. If we just stand still, we just have it here like this. But still, we can see a little bit, a nice blur on the selection shader as well. I don't know if it's nice, but show info. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. This actually worked perfect on first try. Hmm. So it only updates on mouse pointer move. So if we move over and start this one and then we do show info without moving the mouse pointer, it doesn't really update until we move the pointer. And so the position as well. That's an easy fix. Holy shit, this is nice. Worked way quicker than I initially thought. Yeah, what's up, Snow Day? This looks very over-engineered, doesn't it? Elaborate. I'm listening. And this is why we want to have late update as well. So we don't get this flickering on the information or inspect window. So I just want to update this one when we show it as well. Oops. We don't actually use this one in here, but okay. Pretty sure. Let's do visual information. Where do we have you here? Why, when we update text and transform, that's what we do, right? Set text and update transform. Then we do set text. Set text should force mesh update here. Oh, yeah. I know what's happening. I think it is because it looks like this one is not being executed but the text updates, is that true? Let me double check this one. So the text changes, right? But not the... Fucking hell. Like when we set text, we do a force mesh update, and then we calculate a new size here. It doesn't matter if we update the... if we force a mesh update, if it's inactive. And this one's still... But this one, the environment inspect, this is 100% going to be used only for debugging. And I even think like this inspect square moving around with the arrow is only going to be used now during debugging as well. We're going to have a more... Oh, we're pretty much going to design it entirely from the perspective of using a controller to play this game. Okay, so that's inspect. Beautiful. Didn't have to do too much. I want to add a to-do here though. Make into... Okay. And next, let's do the place one. Although I'm still... this one. Ooh, actually, we don't need to send it in and do a coroutine. No. Fuck no. Huh. Not for this one. And we're not gonna do it. Ah, fuck, we do need to do it on inspect. Okay, let's implement place. Playable action, place. And here we're gonna have a lot of other controls. So for this one, the toggle input definition. For this one, this won't be the only control here. We're gonna have, I guess we're gonna have Q and E to rotate or something like that. We're gonna have 2 buttons to rotate. Now when I think about it, we might even have 3 buttons to rotate. around Y and around X maybe. Or 4 buttons, that is, because we want to be able to rotate backwards and forwards. I think that's possibly the only inputs we want here. Maybe also if we hold something, we oh, damn it, that's true. We might want to have a button either that we make placement stick to or truncate to other surfaces automatically, or if we have a button that enables and disables it. I hate, personally I hate totally free placement in games. I love it when you place something according to an invisible grid. Free place, just like if you do free place and you try to place 2 similar objects or identical objects, and then you want to make them, you want to place them right next to each other, and if you have like purely free place, it's incredibly hard or extremely hard to place them like in a similar fashion. But then if you have toggle or invisible grid on at all times, then it becomes much easier. Okay, so we're gonna add some additional buttons here eventually, and we would bind them in a similar fashion as we do here, I guess. Show inspect interface. So we want to have a private void show place interface. The only reason we have this currently is because we're listening on the action on process change, and it sends itself as well to all listeners. Or it sends the invoker, I guess. Yes. Instantiate visual feedback. Yeah, this one we want to override as well. So the interface here is not going to be a visual information box for place. It's going to be something similar to this one. I might just take this one and remake it. Yup, it's going to be extremely similar to this. I know we have it in the folder input, but I think I would like this namespace for this one to be game user interface actually. And we want it to be behavior. And then let's see, place action visualizer, not this one, but this one. We're gonna take these two. These two. This one we'll leave as is for now. And let's see. Link action, we don't do this anymore. And enable. So enable we want to do here, instantiate visual feedback. This is where we want to do it. Fine. Show and update, okay. show in this case is going to be, we're going to instantiate these two objects. But they are going to be no. There we go. Something like that. Unfortunately, I need to run. I would have loved to be able to finish Place and Terraform today. But yeah. Gonna have to finish it next week instead. But good news, we're right at the end here. It shouldn't be more than 4 hours at maximum. But yes, thank you so much for watching, everybody. Appreciate it, and have a great weekend. Peace.